let's play some games. So, gotten through 55 of these levels over the course of what? 15 hours of Tametsi? 20 hours of Tametsi? Some number of hours of Tametsi? And I'm sure the next 10 will go just as quickly. Alright, how do I play this game again? Seven? Yikes. One. Exactly one in this column, huh? 8? Well, that's fairly straightforward. I suppose I can do that. That's fine. Does that help? Does that help much? Now 1 here is... That's something. What do I do with this information? One out of the remaining A's. Five out of these 6. Minimum of 2 here. Could be all 3 here, but at least 2 of the C's are here. So this 1 here could be a C, could be not. Sure. 5 out of these 7 now? Does that help? I feel like I feel like these numbers should come together to be something, you know, meaningful, but oh. There's the 1 here. So no more than 1 of these 2. That's what I can do. Great. So exactly 1 of these 2, which means none of the rest of them. Aha! Are we sweeping Mindses? We are, in fact, sweeping Mindses. Doing our best to do some sweeping. That's convenient. So now we know exactly 2 of these and exactly all the rest of these in this column. Love it. Two, 1, 1. What do I do with 1s? Should I be able to do something with 1s? This is 6. Not quite. Something with 1s here. 1 of these 2, which means 3 of these remaining 4. Almost. Exactly 1 of these 4, which means exactly 2 of these 4. Does that tell me anything? If there is an area that you feel like I should direct my attention to, you know, something like check out that 4 column on the right, that's probably fine, especially if I'm taking too long to get there. But, like, specifically, you know, this thing is a bomb is frowned upon. I try to do mostly no spoilers for a lot of games. For this game, it doesn't seem to be... Like, my stance is a little bit more relaxed. One here, huh? 1 here. Oh, 1 here is 1 of these 2. So this and this and this are all open. All right. Perfect. Can I figure this out based on this information? I could probably trial and error it and figure it out that way. Like, if I assume this is a bomb, then this isn't a bomb, then this is a bomb, then this isn't a bomb, etc., etc. Which may or may not work out. If I assume this is a bomb, this isn't, this is, this isn't. It works either way. I'd probably have to follow the chain down a little bit further, but I don't want to do that. 4 here. 1 of these 2. At least 1 of these 2. But maybe both. So it doesn't actually tell me anything, since there's 2 left, and it could be one or both of those 2. Not quite good enough. At least one of the B's here, and at least one of the B's here, which is not enough information. This 2 and this 2 check out. So where is the next bit? Can it be both of these, actually? Is that even allowed? Can this and this be a bomb? If this is a bomb... Oh, only one of these 2 is a bomb, so this has to be a bomb. I did it. I made forward progress. Now one of these 2. 2 of the remaining 6 Bs? Does that get me anywhere? Can it be both of these? Sure, why not? No. Because there has to be one bomb here. Wait, no, that can still be both of these. 3. 3 is more than 2. And I just have no information over here. It can't be both of these, because at least one of these must be a bomb. It could be neither of these. No, it cannot be neither of these. It can't be both of these, and it can't be neither of these. So exactly one of these 2 is a bomb, and exactly one of these 4 is a bomb, which means these 2 are bombs. Hey, it worked! Now what? Exactly one of these. Exactly one of these. So this has to be a bomb? Sure. One. So that one. Love it. One of these, 2 of these, 1 of these. The one remaining gray is a bomb, so that's easy. 1 of these, 2 of these, and none of these. This is all 3 remaining bombs. Nice. Nice. That came together pretty cleanly. Thank you, Spot. That was good. That was good. Take that one. Bubblegum snake. Is it because of the color coding? That's why it's bubblegum? Oh, and we got diagonals. Let this be a lesson to you. Now we're playing Minesweeper. One of these 2, so this has to be a bomb. And now we have zeros. Three of these 4, 2 of these 3, 7 of these. How many is this? 14? It's not helpful. Hey, Nwasha, how's it going? So we're probably doing something over here, I imagine. Ooh, only 3 of the A's. Wow, that's a lot of A's for there to be only 3 bombs there. Yeah, 7 out of many. One of these 2 we know is a bomb. 1 or 2 of these 2 is a bomb. Is that enough to just like clear out all the rest of the A's? Not quite. Not quite. If I could somehow mark like this as a bomb or this as a bomb, then all of the rest of the A's open up. What are the odds I could do that? Well, we know one of these two is a bomb, but we don't know which one of these two. Right? 3 of these 4. So this has 3 already without these two. So one of these two. But only one. Not both. This is 2 and this is 2. So neither of these. I know how this works. One of these 4, which means neither of these two. This is a question mark. Question marks. Only one of these 3. Only one of these 2, which means both of these. Which does, in fact, mean I can open up all the rest of the A's. Which means that's a bomb. One of these 2, which means not that. One of these... Oh, so one of these 2. Not enough to really get anything done there. Alright, is this real now? Now that I've clicked some buttons? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. Not in any meaningful way. $16 grays, huh? And 10 Bs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, that really doesn't get me anywhere, thanks, though. I mean, it might. I might be able to count, like, there's so many of these are going to be bombs, right? I might be able to calculate, you know, X of this many and X of this many all the way through until I run out of room to place more Bs. Actually, nowhere on this list do I have any guaranteed Bs. All of these could just be the grays the whole way through. Helpful. Helpful. Honestly, guaranteed Bs is better than, like, guaranteed Wasps or guaranteed Yellow Jackets. Bs are a little dangery, but at least they're not assholes. Here. Is there something here? No more than one of these, so at least one of these. Does that get me anywhere? I guess any ones next to multiple Bs gives me a certain amount of... Alright. We're going into draw mode, ladies and gentlemen. One of these 2. One of these 3. One of these 2. One of these 2. 2, 3, 4. B bombs accounted for. 2, 3, 4. This is now like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 6 bombs and these remaining 10 Bs. For the record, I do not condone Bs containing explosives. I have enough problem with insects as it is. I would not like them to blow up. Exploding bees. Yep, not a fan. Not a fan. Generally against. Yeah, the 2s and 3s here don't give me a lot to work with against the rest of these purples. The bombardier beetle. Oh, I know about that one. That's also a problem. But at least the bombardier beetles don't fly. So it's not gonna, like, fly into your face and then explode. I mean, maybe it will. Nature is full of strange and wonderful things. But is there anything else I can do with any of this? There really isn't. Like, it's all 2s and 3s, so there's complete freedom on all the rest of the bees. What about exploding trees? Do trees explode? Tell me what you know about exploding trees. I have concerns. Oh god, it's a Wikipedia link. Its fruit explodes when ripe, so it has received the colloquial nickname the dynamite tree. How much yield on these exploding fruits? Google claims that bombardier beetles can fly. Well, that's it. I'm never leaving the house again. All of nature is out to get me. It's not worth it. One, if not both of these. One, if not both, is my problem. That doesn't... One, if not both, does not help me. Launching seeds at 70 meters per second. 160 miles per hour. Wow. Cool. That's actually rad as hell. What a cool tree. I mean, I wouldn't want to get, you know, a seed through my shin or whatever, but that's just rad as hell that it exists. Alright, what else can I do here? What other direction can I take this? I might be able to work out like this all the way to the 3s and see if that's good. Right? One of these 2. So one of these 2. So one of these 3? That doesn't really get me anywhere useful here. Wait, why this one? Oh, for this. This is one of these 3, because of one of these 2. Yeah, that doesn't help. Poisonous spikes? Damn, dude, that tree is a raid boss. Like, I'm pretty sure I have fought that exact tree in World of Warcraft. Maybe over here I can do something? I feel like I ought to be able to do something here. One of these 2, so 2 of these 4? 2 or 3 of these 4. Maybe on this side I can do something. Right? 2 of these. So one of these. Oh, here. I can still make this work, actually. Right? One of these two. So one of these two. So far as this is concerned, one of these four. Which means one of these... Yeah, so this one doesn't, like... Yeah, there's some information there, but that's not helpful. So one of these two. So two of these four. So not this. Hey! Actually got something to happen. That's amazing. I wasn't sure that would work. Cool. Can I do anything here? Two of these, so one of these, so two of these, which doesn't get me anywhere. Not helpful. One of these, and this is restrictive. Does that tell me anything? No more than one of these three? Honestly, not a guarantee at all? We know two of those. That's fine. Exactly one of these. So exactly one of these. And two of these. Four? Does that help? Does that get me anywhere? I'm not sure that gets me anywhere. Yeah, I'm not convinced. If we have two of these, then we have one of these, which means we have two of these, which I think, again, doesn't get me anywhere. No more than one of these two? But it could still be both of these and none of these. Both the B's and none of D's. There's no D's on this map. One of these three. Twos and ones. Can I get anything done here? Right? If no more than one of these two, at least one of these two. Could be both? Could be both. Could be both of these, and then one of these two, and then both of these. And then neither of these, and then one of these two. Yeah, sure, that checks out. Which means it's not helpful. Whew, progress has slowed down drastically. Two here. Does this 2 get me anywhere? I want this to have affected my options somehow, and I am not convinced that it has. Maybe the 6 with, like, the way that this thing works, right? One of these. But then, like, the whole rest of these, right? Like, it could be both of these. It could be not this, 2 here. Like, there's a lot of room for bombs down here. But at least one of these two. At least one doesn't help. At least one is not the information I'm looking for. And 10. 5 out of the remaining 10. Two of these. 1. Two of these 4. And at least one of them has to be here. Yeah, I'm willing to take a little bit of direction. Although I don't think I've ever been told to follow specific deduction techniques. I mean, bottom 3 rows is fairly straightforward here. Like, given that this is the piece of information I've uncovered, it's probably going to involve this. I might be able to get something out of this 3 now that I look at it. 3 is not a very big number here. Wasn't really looking at these row numbers, and I maybe should have been. Oh, this is more stuff I could have done before getting this. All right, well, lucky me. Is there any guarantees that any of these have to be bombs? Not really. Because again, it could be all of the grays. Does this 3 give me information? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 3 of these 6. No more than 3 of these 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Which leaves 7 of the remaining 13. Not quite enough. No more than one of these 2, if any of them. Exactly one of these 2. I think that still doesn't get me anywhere. A lot of information that needs to come together. All right, what if I start mapping this out again? One of these, which means one of these, which means... Wait, what? One of these, yeah, which means one of these, which means one of these, which means 2 of these. Can I put that together with anything from here? I don't think so. Not yet. Two of these 4. Might be able to get something out of that. No more than one here. No more than one here. Two out of these, which means one of these. One of these gets me maybe somewhere. One of these two. Two of these, so one of these two. Two of these, so one of these two. One of these two. Which means one exactly of the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's no guarantee on any of them. But, like, no more than one of these 5. No more than one of these 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 9 out of 14. It's probably still not enough. I'm overthinking things now. Listen, buddy, it's either underthinking or overthinking. You don't get to calibrate this exactly the way you want it to. One of these 5, no more than one of these 2. Nine out of 14, now it's 8 out of 12. Well, if I mark one of these and then one of these, it's now 7 out of 11. No, 7 out of 10. It doesn't get any better than that, though. Too bad. I really feel like I ought to be able to get something out of this. No information about this one, so it's not like that really helps. 16 of the grays is a lot of grays. Feel like it having been several months since the last time I played this game is not helping me when it comes to deduction techniques. Like, there's an approach to this that I've probably made before and I'm just not thinking of. I mean, yes, you've explicitly told me which squares to look at. I'm not going to look at them. Literally just not going to look at that message. What other information can I get out of this? Like, what other way can I frame this information in order to make it more useful? Can I even? Or do I need to be looking at this in a different way? I'm definitely kind of stuck on no more than one of these 5 squares could be a bomb. I feel like that has to be useful in some way, but I'm not quite sure how to parlay that into actionable information. Maybe I can get something going on this 3? No, probably not. I don't have enough information just on that row. The fact that I have these 2 here really feels like that should be enough to narrow something down, but not quite sure how to narrow it down in the way I wanted to. Or if it's even possible. Like, I might actually just not have enough information, even though it looks like I have enough information to use that particular clue. This gave me one of these 2. One of these 3, rather. Which doesn't super help. Given one of these... got me that. From this one, I could have 2 of these 4. That doesn't feel like it gets me anywhere. Is 2 of these 4 relevant? There's probably a limit using this on what... Okay, so let's try this over. Paint to the rescue. Always, always. Right? 2 of these. No more than 2 of these. No more than 2 of these. No more than 2 of these. That's not helpful. No more than is not helpful. Is that helpful? I can fit at most 2 into these 3. I can fit at most 2 into these 3. Which leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 2 more bombs. Not like exactly 2 more bombs, but a minimum of 2 bombs across these 6. Maybe as many as 6 bombs across these 6. Not exactly helpful. One of these 2. Does this give me enough information with the 6 to, like, know anything? No, because there's a bunch of stuff that's not including that 6. Likewise up here, there's a bunch of stuff that's not including this 3. One of these 2, and one of these 2. But each of these is, like, unique, not unique, but separate, right? If this is top or bottom, it doesn't dictate whether these are top or bottom. Except for this 3. But given that only 1 bomb of these 5... that means that we have a certain number that have to be down here, right? Only 1 of these 4 means 3 bombs on the bottom. And 1 bomb here. So out of these remaining, there's 2 bombs left of the 6. Both of these could be bombs. No more than 1 of these 5 means no more than 1 of these 4. If that's not a bomb, that guarantees a bomb down here. Right? So any one of these being a bomb guarantees 3 bombs on the bottom. So we have 3 bombs out of these, and this is a 4th, which means 2 bombs out of these 4 still. This is a bomb, and these 2 are bombs. Then it's still 1 of these 3 on top and 2 of these 3 on the bottom. Which I think makes that math the same. But I'm not convinced that actually gets me anywhere. I mean, that means that for as far as these 8 are concerned, it's 2 on this row and 2 on this row. But I'm not sure that gets me anywhere. Does that get me anywhere? I don't think that gets me anywhere. Because again, it's still pretty interchangeable. It could be any two and any two. Three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Exactly one of these two. And I have no real information about the rest of the row. 5 out of 7. Permutative impact solutions used IRL to clear minefields. Yeah, I'm not just going to start throwing guesses around. Like, you could do the same thing in this game. It's just, you know, not right. Is there some other way to frame these such that this information becomes more useful? Like, I guess between all of this stuff, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bombs, there is a limit to how many can go in each place. So that means across, we know this and this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, but that's also, there's the 2 here. So now it's 9 out of 11, so it's still not perfect. Damn it. It was so close. It was so close. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, out of the remaining space, here, 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 and here, 2 of these 4 are bombs. Not good enough! Not good enough. Oh, no, these also down here. Right? 2 of these 6 are bombs. But given that this isn't taken into account in any way, like, that doesn't super help. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. out of the 9 bombs available. Does that not help? Is that not helpful? Feels like that ought to be helpful. I think that's still too broad, not specific enough to get me anywhere. It feels so close, though. It feels so close to an actual solution. Or at least to forward progress. All right. What else can I do with this information down here? We know one of those. But there's no other way that that information lines up well with anything. Does this get me anywhere? Does that get me anywhere? 2, 5. This is 3. 5 out of 9. And then this 3 doesn't really help, does it? Because it's not 8 out of 9. It's 7 or 8 out of 9. Seven or 8? At least 2 of these 4 need to be bombs. At least 2 of these 4 need to be bombs. And at least 1 of these 4 need to be bombs for this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 9. Damn it! So close! And then out of these 3 remaining, 1 or 0 of them are bombs. No, exactly 1. Exactly 1? No, 1 or 0. Because it could be 2 of these 4, and then none of these are bombs. So close. If I do the same thing starting from this 2, actually, does that get me anywhere? We have 2 here. We have 2 here. That's 4. We have 2 here. That's 6. That doesn't get me anywhere. That's worse. Three there. Two there. Two there. 8. And then 1 here. That's not 8, that's 7. With this 1 is 8. 8's not good enough. I mean, it leaves 1 out of these remaining. Do I have a guarantee that it's not this one? Since there's the 3 on top? 1, 2, 3 here, 2 here. Here, for example. No. I mean, maybe. Like, if this is a bomb, then this can't be a bomb. One of these two is a bomb. Look, do I have some guarantee about this one? I feel like I might. I don't think this is getting anywhere. All right. What did you want me to look at, Eddie? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Row 7, column 3. 2, 3. Column 6. Column 9. Column 14. This is, I think, exactly what I've been looking at. Now that I am going back to look at your message. Right? That's this 2. 6. That's this 3. 9. That's 2 here. And this is 1. Which is still 8. Alright, if I include the 2... Oh, if I include the 2, it works. Because this is a 3, and this is a 3. 3, 6, 9, 11 out of 11 total. So if I include the second, the row of 2, it works. Which means none of these are bombs. And it means this isn't a bomb. Yep. I was discounting information that was important. One of these two, which means that's a bomb. If that's a bomb, this isn't a bomb, we learned. Two of these four. Two of these four. I'm not sure that gets him anywhere. One of these two, so one of these two. Do I have enough information about the bees now? Can I make that? Is that real? We still have one of these two. So one of these five. So I'm at 8 of these 13, which is 7 of these 11, which is 6 of these 9, which is still not enough. Which is 5 of these 7? 5 of these 7, huh? Five of these 7. Is that real? Is that useful? I'm not convinced. All right, but one of these two, which means neither of these. So that's something. One of these two, so not this. One of these two, so not that. That's kind of progress. Something is happening. 2 of 3, helpful. One of these two, so this must be a bomb. One of these two, so one of these two. So one of these two. Yeah. So 2 of these 3? I wonder if I could do anything now with this 224. One of these two. One of these, one of these, one of these. 2 of these. 6 out of 8. 1 and 1. That's literally everything accounted for and is also all of the bombs. Well, okay, great. Yes, if you look at all of the spaces, there are 8 bombs in those spaces. You did it. You did it. The number that it says is the number that it has to be, because that's the number that it says. I have deduced a tautology. Thanks. Yay, math, right? Oh, this is a bomb now, because this has nothing else to... Yeah, okay, great. Great, 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 great. Progress. Actual progress. That took a while to get to. 2 of these, so one of these two. Hang on. Two of these. So one of these two. One of these two means one of these two. Which means one of the... Yeah, okay. Fine. Just one in each of the columns. 1, 1, 1. 1 here means 2 here. And then 1 and 1. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Perfect. Still works. The math is still the same. The math has not changed. Great. Good news, everybody. The math is still accurate. What's the next step then? Can I do something similar here with the 4s and the 3s? Can we make that work? Right? That's 3 out of these. That's 2 out of these. 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 7. And then 2 out of these is 7 out of 7? Really? 3 here. 2 here. 2 here. That looks like 7 out of 7 to me. Alright. Did that accomplish anything? Yes, actually. Accomplished a whole lot, it turns out. Good, good. That really opened up the entire thing, actually. 6 out of the 5, 5 out of the 6, 2 out of 4, 2 out of 2? 2 out of 2. Excuse me? It said 2 out of 2. What did I do wrong? It said 2 out of 2. What did I do wrong? That has to be a bomb now? So that can't be a bomb? Which, oh, I've done something. Oh, it was 2 out of 3. It was 2 out of 3. It was 2 out of 3. There was a B there. All right. But I know how to get there again. I know how to get there again. It'll be a bit of work, but I know how to get there. One of these, more than one of these, so both of these, which means all the rest of these A's. Both of these, we said. All right, and then from here, do the math again. We have 2 out of these, 3 out of these, 3 out of these, and 3 out of these, right? Which is 9, 11. This is 11. So this, and this are all open. All right. And now we can keep going. Hold on. That means this is a bomb? Is that right? Three of these. So yeah, this is to be a bomb. Two out of these, which means not this. One out of these two, which means not these two. One of these two, which means neither of these. Two of these, one of these two. Two of these, which means one of these, which means one of these. Oh, you've got a 2, and you're adjacent to 2. So it's just both of those. Good. Good. Good progress. It's a bomb. Right? One of these two. So yeah, that's a bomb. Great. And then there was some trick here. 3 here. 4, 5, 6, 7. Both of these are open. Which means both of these are bombs. Which means let's click some buttons. Mark that one as a bomb real quick. Alright, this has been resolved correctly without additional loss of life. The people will be okay. Love that 0 here, love that 0 here. 3? If you say so. 1? This is already... Okay, this is marked correctly, so this has to be the bomb, yeah? Great. Great, 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 great. One of these two. So this is a bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a struggle. We had a 10-minute puzzle, and then we had a 1-hour puzzle. Yikes. Hex Ring 2. Alright. I'm listening. At least I get to start by just playing Minesweeper. That's convenient. Ah, now I have to do actual work. At least it was not the concept of love. No. I did not have to understand. Alright, do I have guarantees? I have no guarantees on these A's. That's impressive. 2 of these, but that's not enough to work with. Only 1 across this whole row? And it has to be one of these two? Okay, if you say so. Then I'll believe you. 3? What a great hex. What a just really banger of a hex. All right. One turned out to deliver. One has given me the goods. Thank you. Thank you, row count of 1. 5 out of 8. That's not going to get me anywhere. This will probably get me somewhere, right? Not necessarily. No more than 1 out of these. So that's a bomb. One of these two is a bomb. Neither of these are bombs. Hex Minesweeper, but some tiles refuse to give you a number when revealed, and also you get row sums. Well, this map is a hex. Not all maps are hexes. Some maps are square grids. Some maps are inconsistent grids. A little less gritty than other maps. Diagonals are sometimes, but not always, adjacent. It gives you a little symbol up here to let you know. There's a lot more variety than that. Not a lot more variety than that, but there is slightly more variety than that. How about the A's here? Can I get anything about the A's here? Does this give me enough information? It really doesn't. 2 of these 4? Does that get me anything? Not really. Yes, the color cues are there too, which is a lot like row sums. Just different row sums. Which, to be fair, is also a lot like tile sums, just different, bigger tiles. Sums, kind of. Yeah, there's a lot of different sources of information, yes. Also, welcome to the chat, Epicity. Thanks for coming by. I see you are a fan of Minesweeper games. You do prefer color clues to number clues when in doubt? Okay. The clues based on... Yeah, so yes, I have the tick down mode. This is another thing that this game has done that not that many games have done, but more games are doing now that this game started doing it. I used to be like that, Epicity, and I wasn't sure whether or not I would be okay with the countdown mode, and then I turned the countdown mode on, and it just generally made things so much easier. Like, it was really, really easy to get used to. Countdown mode is real good. It's real good. It's kind of mind-blowing the first time you see it, and it's like, oh, that's super weird, I don't know. And then you try it, and it's just so much better. How goes Minesweeper X? This is only one variant of Minesweeper, but it goes pretty well. Oh, Hanabi jokes. I missed the Hanabi joke. I should have gotten the Hanabi joke. I should have understood that it was fireworks based. What about should have? I could have understood that it was fireworks based. 4 here, does that get me anywhere? Almost. It's very close to getting me somewhere. Minimum 1 of these 2. Could be both, but minimum 1. Two here. Does this get me anywhere? No, not with the amount of freedoms I have here. Yeah. I didn't get there immediately, so I appreciate the explanation. Personally, I think that explaining jokes makes them funnier. Well, explaining them makes them less funny, but if you continue explaining them after that, it makes them funnier. You have to just power through the unfunny, and then it becomes funny again. None of this is going anywhere. I'm gonna have to start, like, putting actual numbers on things in order to make this work, aren't I? All right, where is my next step? Where is my next step? 2 of these 4. Here? This doesn't quite get there. Some jokes remain funny when explained to become accessible to people who didn't previously get them. True. True. There's a Tumblr user explaining the joke. That sounds like a fantastic gimmick. I think I agree. Does this get me anywhere? 2 of these 4? I don't think that gets me anywhere. But I'm keeping this in mind as a thing that I need to come back to. Inside jokes? Do you mean memes? Inside jokes are just memes. Memes for a smaller community. It is a meme between 2 or 3 people. Is this... You disagree, but you see where I'm coming from. Okay, that's all I can ask for. None of this really looks like it's getting me anywhere. Which makes me wonder... Where have I gone wrong? Alright, time to start doing math and see whether or not that helps. If I have 2 of these 4, does that get me anywhere? 1 of these 2... Oh, this might get me somewhere. Hang on. 1 of these 2. 2 of these 4. That leaves 1 bomb across these 1,000,000 tiles. And at least 1 of them has to be here. Which means these cannot be bombs. Yeah. Yeah. Man, now that I've twigged to this as like a thing I can do, I am doing it pretty much all of the time. Alright, that was good. And, now what? Alright, one of these 2. Hope I don't forget about it by the next time I play this game, right? 1 of these 2. 1 of these 2. 3 here. 2 here. So that's 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 did it. What? Was that not wrong? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 6, 8. Where did I go wrong? I don't understand. Why does 8 not equal 8? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2. 7. 7 doesn't equal 8. Too bad. Alright, try it again. Turns out 7 does not equal 8. No wonder. Alright, what was I doing here? This opens up. One of the 2 that I clicked on had to be a mine. And I clicked on that one second. You thought 7 equals 8 for sure? So did I! I was so sure. But it turns out I was mistaken. I don't know how you could have known that in advance, though. That seems impossible. No more than one of these 2. So this is the bomb. One of these 2 is a bomb, so neither of these are bombs. And then we get to do something here. There was something here that was different. This situation was different last time. In what way was this different? Oh, this was a bomb, is how this was different. There we go. All right, now I am back in the situation that I was in before, so I can do math again, and this time not do math wrong. So let's do math and not do it wrong. 1 here, 2 here, 1 here, 1 here. So these can be opened. Great. All right, now we're going to not do math wrong, but also this can we can just click on things here. I don't need to do math. I could just play Minesweeper. Should have just done that from the get-go. Instead of doing math, just be correct. That is a good quote to add. Do I need to give you the ability to add quotes, Mark Mages? Maybe Devinok will come back and do it for me. I found a 0. Zeros are good. 0? Great. Did it. Super. Super good. My favorite. These are all numbers. These sure are numbers. Means you can joke use the command. That's true. Far be it from me to give people responsibility they don't want. Two. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. 4 equals 4? I don't trust myself anymore. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine and nothing is a problem. 1 here. 1 here. 1 here. Guess what's not a bomb? That was good. That was helpful. Progress. Kind of. How many of these stupid color things are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 5 out of 13. It's not helpful. 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 out of 4 to 9? It's almost helpful. 7? 3? I think any of these are getting me anywhere. Maybe we can do some more down here. We might be able to just resolve this. This feels like it's resolvable. Oh, it's totally resolvable. 1 plus 3 also equals 4. 1 plus 3 equals 4, the same way that 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 4. So, because of the power of math, I did it. Math happened. Oh, now I gotta figure this out. This is a trial. I did this thing and it didn't work. Oh, it did work because I cleared this out. So now I can mark this, which means I can do these. Great, 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 great. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. I feel very good about this. Oh, we can do it again. 1 here. One here. One here. To there. Free. Super good. The question marks are known non-bombs. However, they are not giving me additional information. The white ones are the ones that I have marked as bombs. Those are the ones that count down as respecting. This is not a bomb. It's just not a number. It's tricksy like that. Do I have enough information to do this? We know that. We know that. We know at least one of those because it's a 2. So that means this has to be a bomb. Because it can't be more than one of these, right? Because we have one of these. So we have one of these. And we have one of these. And because of the 3, no more than one of these, this has to be a bomb. But also now I can fill out the rest of this row. Great, great, great. You read the question mark correctly, but the flag looked like a why aren't you opening that white hex next to a 0? Ah. Yeah. The white hex. Yes. Those white hexes without any additional information on them. Who knows what they could be? It would be nice if these grayed out so that I would know that it's not useful information. Like they do down here. But I guess they only gray out if you know all of the information, all the tiles around them, which is a questionable choice since it's deliberately not giving you information. But you know, whatever, I guess. Given one of these two, both of these, does that give me information about this row? I don't think it does. You think it's good that it's not the same color as opened tiles, but you're not sure it has the right effect. What do you propose, then? Some other third color for question marks? That seems unnecessary. Can I get anything here? Oh, I'm probably down to something useful on A's and B's, right? 2 A's, 2 B's. That's not a guarantee. I'm not down to anything useful in A's and B's yet. Damn it. Darker than grayed out rather than brighter than unclicked. Well, the only unclicked is this gray or purple or teal or whatever color it's going to be, right? If there's any information in it, that's not true because I have the colorblind mode turned on, so these are labeled as A's and B's instead of just being color-coded. Does that help? I feel like that doesn't help. It's not enough. Maybe the unclicked color... No. I know this isn't a bomb. I know this question mark isn't a bomb. It has been opened. It is an opened tile. I have clicked on it. It just doesn't reveal information the same way that the other things do. So it needs to be more obviously an open tile rather than a closed tile with a mark on it. Just erase these. Erase some of these. This information is still potentially useful. Oh, the white as the flag? I see. Why? I mean, that is basically. You would rather they go darker instead of going brighter? Okay. I don't think I have had that problem. Like, I think it's been fine with the amount of this game that I have played. Like, even at the very beginning, I don't think I had a problem with mentally slotting these in as things. But then again, like, my first interaction with this game was right-clicking a tile to mark that it's a flag and it going white. And me being like, okay, that's how it marks that it's a flag. So it wasn't a problem of me, like, needing to come in and read a board. Like, I was... When you play the game, that's how it develops. So I think it's a lot easier to grok in that situation. I can definitely understand it being a problem of readability if you don't know what it took to get into that situation to begin with, though. I'm not sure how much that matters, to be honest. Like, I don't know that that kind of readability is a thing that they need to prioritize. But I could definitely see it being a problem in this particular unique situation. What the hell am I doing? Two? Can we do something on this row? I feel like I don't have enough information about this row in order to be able to determine anything. 2 out of 6, right? And I have basically no tiles that give me unique information about that row. Any tile that's giving me information about that row is shared information across multiple rows. So maybe I can do this in terms of shared information across multiple rows? So, like, we have this as 1 across these 3. The more confusing UI is the way the numbers count down or don't. All the numbers count down. This across here. Does that help? Is that a good way to think about this? I feel like this is not a good way to think about this. Now they all count down, but not by default. Oh, sure. Yeah. There's like a separate setting for whether the tiles count down and whether the rows count down. That's a weird thing to have as a separate setting, I agree. One here. Yeah, there's not enough information to get actually information about this row. We have this here, but that's the only information I have about this row. Maybe I can do a tile and I just haven't been thinking about tiles correctly? One of these two, which means one of these two, which means exactly this. Yep. Turns out you should probably think about the obvious clues as well as the not obvious clues? I don't know, man. That doesn't sound like the way I want to play the game. There we go. It could also be a Hanabi comment, sure. One of these two, this is guaranteed a bomb. Excuse me? I have once again read an unclicked letter tile as a confirmed bomb. It's not the first time that's happened. Like, I appreciate having the letters on them, but it also means that sometimes I parse the letters as information regarding its clicked status. It's not the first time in this past hour that I've done that. Wonder if that means I should go back and change the setting. This is the first time I've screwed up a puzzle twice in 2 different ways, though. So that's cool. That's a good achievement to have tucked under my belt. I'm irritated. At least it was different ways. That's true. That's not nothing. That is presumably something. Alright, let's see how quickly I can blow through this now. I don't remember what the next trick was. That was one of them. Over here there was something. Something with this 4. Why was there something with this 4? Oh, one of these, so this. That's right. Okay, now I am back to the situation where I needed to do math down here. So let's do math. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Maybe I'll do math with a visual aid. 2, 3, 4. Yes. Now that I have done math, the next trick is also do math? Was the next trick also do math? I don't even remember what the next trick was. The next trick might have been also do math. I certainly remember doing math wrong. Right? 3, 2, 2. 7 doesn't equal 8. So what was the correct trick? The correct trick was just playing Minesweeper. That was it. I forgot that I was just supposed to play Minesweeper at this point. And now with this 4, I can do math again. 2 and 2, that opens up. 3 and 1, these open up. Cool. All right, back to here. A 0. And I gotta remember that things work in particular ways. All right, that's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. This is open. That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. These 4 are open. That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. One of these, so this is a bomb. That's a 1. So these are open, and these are open. Cool, 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 cool. One of these. So one of these. So that's a bomb. Cool. Very good, very good. Yeah, I think all games should have MS Paint built into them. This is a feature that I use in a lot of situations. All right. I have determined that instead of clicking on letters, I am just going to use zeros as my guide. Instead of not clicking on letters, I'm going to use zeros as my guide. What was the trick here? There was some trick here. Maybe the trick was here? The trick is almost here. I'm very close to the situation I was in before, where I made a mistake that cost me my life. So, this would be a good time to be careful about mistakes that might cost me my life. Super Mario 63. I don't think I know what Super Mario 63 is. Is that a ROM hack? Did somebody add this song to a Mario 64 ROM hack? That's pretty good. Because this is a good song. Oh, a Flash fan game. Okay, sure. I like all of the songs that this person has released under this name. I don't know what they've been doing since then. Like, the last time I looked up anything by Paragon 9X was like 2000X. But I definitely liked all of the music they had out at the time. Here. This is a thing. This is information. Thank you. Jeez. One of these 2. There are 2 here. One of these 2 is a bomb. I mean, yes, this is the Bowser's Castle theme. It's a remix of the Mario 64 Bowser's Castle theme, so it would make sense that this would be a Bowser's Castle theme in a Mario fan game. That is appropriate. Here, 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 which means 1, 2, 3, 3. 3 equals 3. I can click everything else. I can't click here, but I sure can click everywhere else. Good, probably. Three of 4. No. 6? What can we do about this 6? Am I there? Am I ready to think about a 6? Maybe I need to do the, like, full math thing like before. 1 here. 3 here. 1 here. That doesn't help. 2 here. 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10? Not quite. You see one thing with the 6? Good. I'm proud of you. Only one bomb left in the A's? Okay. No more than one of these two can be a bomb. And one of these two has to be a bomb. This is literally the only tile left in this row. Yep. Great. One. That's accurate and unhelpful. So one of these two, not quite the rest of these, right? 5 of these 6 grays are bombs. That's a lot of bombs. That's a lot of bombs. One there. 2 there. 2. Wait a minute. 2? Hello, 2? They're both bombs? God, I'm so paranoid about the letters now. One there. One there. Nice, 2. One there. One there? Why one there? Why do I think only one there? Because it's 2 tiles right next to each other? It could be both of them. You don't know. At least one of these two. Maybe both of these two. It's not helpful. 1 or 2 of those 2 tiles. I guess it's more than not helpful. Oh, here we go. No more than one of these two. So both of these have to be bombs. I did it. I did a thing. One of these is a bomb, so neither of these is a bomb. They sure are question marks, though. Thanks for that. Two. Two, 1. What does that tell me? 2 here. 2 here. 1 here. That's 5 out of 6. Can't. I don't think I can make this more coverage by doing different math. So what is my next step here? Where else do we go from here? Let's see. Exactly one of these two. So exactly one of these two. That's... I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that gets me anywhere. I think that does not resolve the problem. Maybe it does resolve the problem, actually. If I know exactly one of these two, then no more than one of these two, which means this has to be a bomb. And now it's exactly one of these two and exactly one of these two, which means there's not a lot of room for more bombs. Also, we know one of these two and one of these two, so not this. Right? We know that? Yes, we know that. Which means both of these. Means both of these. Which means bomb, which means not. Which means not, which means bomb. There are 3 bombs remaining. One of these two, and one of these two, so necessarily this one. Oh, God! Okay, we got through it. We got through it. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Thank heavens. It all came together in the end. Took a while, but we got there. So, Mark Mages, this is what I was talking about the grid. Sometimes it's hexes, sometimes it's not hexes, sometimes it's a little less gritty than other times. This one does not have diagonal adjacency, so Minesweeper is a little bit less Minesweeper-y here. And we can start with a 0. Delightful. Also, this level is conveniently titled H. Can I get you H's in chat? Two of the C's. H, correct. H? Yo, who puts the H in front of the H? Where do you think you're from, Devanok? Is there room here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? No. Yes. No more than one of these two, so all of these. Indonesia or Nebraska? That's... Man. I know you're telling the truth, too, which is the real concerning part about that statement. One of these two, so not that. That's helpful. I don't know what else I'm doing here. Not a whole lot. Eight A's. 9 B's. There's a lot of B's on this board. There's a lot of A's on this board, too. Not a lot of C's. But C's probably aren't the next step here. One of these 4? Maybe not even. Maybe 0 of these 4, honestly. It's also a possibility. Is this the next step? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 8 of 12? I don't think that's the next step. Here? Maybe. At least one of these two. And at least one of these two. Which means that's open and that's open. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Is this going anywhere? I have unlocked this tile, and they have given to me very little additional information. Some, Not none. But not in a way that seems particularly useful. Can't be both of these, only one of these. Likewise, can't be both of these, only one of these. And they can't both be the top, but they might both be the bottom. There's a lot of options here still. Why isn't this opened up yet? Why is this information incomplete? I would really prefer it if information was useful. So I guess we got to figure out how to make my current amount of information useful. Probably means I'm going to need to do math again. Always dangerous. A disturbing proposition. What will they come up with next, right? Modern technology is a marvel. Useful information? Incredible. Still not getting me anywhere. If I know exactly one of these, then this has to be a bomb? Likewise, exactly one of these. This has to be a bomb? So the rest of this is open? I think I did it. I think I found useful information. Which means this and this are a bomb. So this are a bomb. This is touching two things. Both of them must be a bomb. C is still not complete. One of these two are a bomb, which means none of the rest of these are a bomb. Get unbombed. One of these two. No more than one of these two, so that's a bomb. But now one of these two, so none of the rest of these. Two, my favorite. These twos are doing some great work here. Two of the remaining A's, is that something I can work from? It's unclear. 6 of the remaining B's, that's not anything I can work from. Does this 1 guarantee me anything? 3? This 4 could just be top and bottom. It doesn't need to be any of the adjacent ones. I have no idea what I want a lockpick is. This is from Celeste. Lena Raine does some amazing work. This is one of the Seaside remixes, I think? Celeste, also an amazing game. Nothing but good things to say about Celeste, I'll be honest with you. 5, 8? 2? This 2 is intimidating. All these numbers. At least one of these. Maybe two of these. Yeah, I don't think that gets me anywhere. Why do I smell maple syrup? That is a very suspicious and specific scent. I'm stroking? I hope not. That would be pretty bad. Want a lockpick is a puzzle game where you pick up keys and use them to open doors. It gets incredibly cursed incredibly quickly. That reminds me of Crypt. If you haven't played Crypt, you might want to check that one out. Crypt was really good. As much of it as I played. I didn't play it the whole way through. Thought stroking was almonds. It might be almonds. Almonds? Almonds? I always get that wrong. I think it's almonds. Burnt toast. It's also specific. Should probably be able to do something down here, right? Oh, I want to lockpick, like, part of the I Wanna Be the Guy series of fan games using that same engine. I think I'd rather play a puzzle game in that engine rather than a precision platformer in that engine. None of this is getting me anywhere. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break here. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my water. When I come back, we will continue the H. There will be more H in our immediate future. But until then, let me leave you folks with the break screen. Let me say thanks for hanging out. If you're having a good time, and you're new to the stream, I would appreciate a follow. And I'll be back in a bit. What is Zoom It? I had a couple of tools for drawing on arbitrary windows before I upgraded my computer. And it's been long enough since then that I don't really remember what I was using. I think there was some like particular tool unique to Windows called Arrow that did something relevant to the things that I was trying to do. But I no longer remember how exactly it facilitated me doing the thing that I wanted to do. Does escape just kill you in the I wanna be the guy engine? Is that part of the problem there? You've never looked for a tool like that before? Oh, I was... Back in my Witness days, I was heavily looking for something to let me just draw arbitrarily on the screen rather than screenshotting and going to Paint. These days, the screenshotting tools in Windows are pretty good. So it's relatively easy to snip, which is a built-in Windows tool, and draw in that snip window or take it to Paint. For streaming, I think I need to take it to Paint because I'm not sure how to make OBS pick up the snip window. But it's mostly worked out for my purposes. Alright, back to the same set of problems I've been laboring under for the past X number of minutes. Might have been nice for Taiji. What did I do for Taiji? Yeah, screenshots for Tunic tended to be enough. Tunic, you didn't really need to draw on them. It's mostly just reference material. Like, following a path does not require actually drawing the path. Taiji had that purple glow thing that helped a tiny bit. Oh, that's true, that's true. You were able to mark tiles in particular ways, which was convenient. I always appreciate puzzle games that allow you some amount of in-game note-taking. That is a always nice feature to have. Alright, what the hell am I doing here? Is it this 6? I feel like this 6 might be close, but there's not a lot of information available here. Maybe it's this 4? We've got the 6 on the bottom, the 2 on the top, the 1 on the left, which is the only limiting factor, the 3 on the right. Oh, I guess that's another limiting factor. But that's still like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles that this 4 is looking at, and at most 2 of those tiles are not capable of being bombs, which is, that's not a lot of information. That's not a lot of restrictions. And none of them are required to be bombs. At least 3 out of this enormous pile of tiles. I feel like that doesn't really get me anywhere. Oh! All of the C's are uncovered except for this one. This one has to be a bomb. Fascinating. Does that help? Unsure yet. This 2 doesn't do anything. This 2 doesn't really do anything. There's not really a lot of information here. This 1 and this 1 gives you the same information. This 1 and this 1 gives you the same information. This 1 and this 1, oh, almost complete overlap. But that means that this can't be a bomb. Nice, 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 nice. These 2 now are almost the same information, so that means this can't be a bomb. Nice! Alright, we got there. Something has been accomplished. Forward progress is being made. Whew. I thought it would never come. Thought I would never see the day. But here I am, seeing the day. One of these. Exactly one of these three, so not this one. Alright. Am I going to carpe it? Absolutely. I will carpe the hell out of this day. This particular DM. That made a really big impact on you, didn't it, Devonog? The power of carp. Alright, well, that's cleared out about half of the H. A little bit more than half of the H. There remains the rest of the H. What do I do with the rest of the H? One of the A's, three of the B's. So what does that mean for three of the B's? One is helipad. We have completed at least half of this helipad. One of these two must be a bomb. At least one. Likewise, at least one of these must be a bomb. That doesn't necessarily mean anything for the rest of the B's. Too bad. Oh, at least one of these has to be a bomb too, right? So all of these B's on the inside are free? Nice. Well, that's good. That feels very good. Cool. Well, that worked out really well. Good progress. Good progress. This has to be a bomb also. 2, 1. One of these two. We still know one of these two has to be a bomb, so this can't be a bomb. Now this can't, so this must. Three bombs total left on this grid. One in this column. One in this column. One in this row. But there's overlap, right? It could be one of these two. Rather than needing it to be exactly this. You've never seen an H on a hospital? Oh, yeah, they usually like the Red Cross kind of thing. I think I've seen both, actually. But anyway, this is guaranteed one of the grays. This is guaranteed another one of the grays, which means both of these are open. Road signs. There you go. One of these two. One of those two. One of these two. Which means none of the rest of these. Hooray! Oh, that went smoothly. This was good. This was a good H. You're a good H. Don't let anybody tell you different. Oh, God. Not like the others. I was not about to break into song there, but I do appreciate that you expected it of me. This one is the hospital. This one is the windmill, apparently. So for Mark Magus, whose familiarity with this game is a little bit lower, this puzzle has diagonal adjacency instead of just orthogonal adjacency. So when you highlight a tile, you can see that all of the diagonals are adjacent as well. Alright, now what am I doing? Two, 5, 2, also 2, 5, 2? Unbelievable. Bees. 3 of the bees. Three of these 4, which means neither of those. The one against the edge is the question mark. Terrible news. What am I supposed to do with this? This just doesn't quite come together in the way I want it to come together. Too bad. No guarantees. At least one A, at least one B, maybe 2 Bs. But at least one B here. And no guarantees down here. Sad story. This feels like I can get something out of it. Three of these 4, not necessarily this one, which is the one that would give me the most information. 2 of these 3, which again doesn't really get me anywhere. Does this 5 get me anywhere? Unclear. I don't have any additional information about this column, so it's not like I can cross-reference the two. There are a limited number of A's, but there's still a lot of A's over here that could be bombs. Maybe this is where I could do a thing? Some amount of information available here? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. 2 of these 6. 3 of these 6. But there's not, like... There's not complete overlap anywhere. This being a question mark is really a problem. Kind of not really getting any information anywhere else. 2 out of here? This isn't a guarantee. It could be these 2. It could be none of these 3. Alright, so we have 3 out of these, which means 1 here. Oh, that's difficult to see, actually. 1 of these 2, at least. That's really the only information I have about this column. Nothing. I guess I have 3s over here, but the 3s aren't against the wall, so I don't have any information about, like, nothing mandatory in this column. Too bad. Yeah, this is a rough one. It was a rough start. Got this whole column and none of it's useful. Some of it must be useful. Let's be real here. It's not possible that none of it's useful. Use your foot pedal as a trigger. Is that what that? Okay, I'm happy for you. Yep, I agree, Garrett. The bees feels like it should be, you know, a next factor, and in no way can I actually guarantee any bee. Here, I can guarantee that one of these two is a bomb. So 2 bees across all of the rest of the bees, and I have no additional information that I can use. No other way to guarantee anything. I've never owned a foot pedal. My roommate uses a foot pedal for push to talk, but I do not have any information about foot pedals. "12 of the A's? Maybe 12 of the A's means something. That seems to be a pretty common solution to push to talk. I respect that. Left windows for push to talk. I got in the habit of using tilde. Not tilde. Left control for push to talk. Because it's kind of underneath the palm of my hand. But that can cause some overlap problems while doing other things. Super? What the hell is super? Super is not a modifier key I am familiar with. When control started causing me issues for push to talk, I started using caps lock instead. Kryptonian keyboard. Which means sometimes I forget that caps lock is down and just start shouting at people for no reason. Standard modifier key that Windows doesn't use. Oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe I can get something out of this? Yeah, here it is. So, this 2, no more than 1 of any of these. So this 2 needs exactly 1 to be here. Which means if 1 is there, then none of these are bombs. God, that took a while to come together. Yeah, somebody's got to sweep out these mines, and I'm not sure that it's going to be me. You put escape on your caps lock key? How often do you press escape? NetHack and VI, the same thing. Okay, that checks out, actually. You pressed escape a lot. Okay, well. Alright, then. Alright, does this take me anywhere now that I have done this? Do we have any information now that I can make use of? Exactly 1 of these means exactly 1 of these, which means that's a bomb. That's good, right? Exactly 1 of these means exactly 1 of these, which means this isn't a bomb. Which means exactly 1 of these is a bomb. Which means very little. Refer to Vim as a NetHack emulator with an editing function. Brutal. I'm not sure which of those that is less favorable towards. Emacs contains a mode where you play Colossal Cave Adventure. That's really good. Good for Emacs. More games should include text adventure. I'm not actually sure that's true. He used both a lot. Sure, that makes sense. I understand. There was a phase of my life when I was using both V. Was I using Vi or Vim? Probably more Vim. Vim and NetHack a fair amount. But it has now been a long time since I played any NetHack. Can only imagine what they might have added to the game since then. They haven't added much? Okay. They heavily nerfed Elbereth. Okay, yeah, that is sorely needed. I agree with that. There's got to be something here, right? Oh, there's totally something here. If these three, then neither of these two. Not exactly one of those two. Neither of those two. Exactly one of these two. So exactly one of these two. So none of these three. Can I do the same thing elsewhere with some of these ones? No, because they peak. They peak out. It's the two in the middle that makes this work. What is the NAO tourney? I guess that's a NetHack Online tournament? nethack.alt.org. Okay, sure. Yes. News groups. Playing online on their server proves you didn't save scum. Ah, that's okay. That's fair. That's fair. That is reasonable. Probably reasonable. Here? I don't think I have anything here because of this, these C's poking out here. Too bad. I do remember playing a little bit on alt.org back in the day. When, for whatever reason, I was on a computer where I couldn't install Terminal, but I had access to SSH. Not couldn't install Terminal, couldn't install NetHack, but I had access to a terminal and SSH. Spawned as spectators by writing in the dust. Wow, practically streaming. Any 1,000 follower special? Probably. I don't know yet. I actually don't know. It's come up before. People have asked, and I don't know what I want to do for it. I think like the thing that sounds pretty reasonable is doing like a big community multi-world. Yo, thank you for the follow, Mission Matrix. Much appreciated. Like do a big randomizer multi-world and have as many people as want join, and I'll stream it. 1,000-minute stream. How long is that? Wait a minute. 300 minutes is 5 hours. That's like 11 something hours. I've done a 12-hour stream before. Oh, I missed a 300. That's 17 hours. That's a lot of hours. Can I do that? I don't know that I could do that. My body is old and frail. I'd have to figure out what I want to play for that kind of time. It's not that many hours. I don't know about that. I think it's kind of a lot of hours. 2 12-hour chunks? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, I'm probably doing something down here, right? One of these. So one of these. Does that get me anywhere? One of these, so 3 of these 4? One of these 2. So one of these 3. I don't have a guarantee of one of these 2, do I? I don't. First Tunic stream was 11 hours. That's true. I did play... I played my 6 hours of Tunic, and then I was like, I'm not done here. And then did, what, 5 hours? Yeah, about... I think it was 11 hours. Soma was 12 hours. Yep, I did do a 12-hour marathon for Soma. I do remember that. That was a trial, honestly. That was a struggle to get through. I think I only do that kind of stuff for streaming now. Like, I just don't have the kind of time to sit down and play games for 10 hours, 12 hours straight. Outside of streams. Why does this not have any additional... Why can't I solve my problems here? I believe I should be able to solve my problems here. Run into the stream chat. It's kind of true. Like, the only day I actually have completely open is Saturday. So I could, in theory, do it on a Saturday. But I always have something else to do. There's always something else that, like, I want to spend time on. That's not just playing a game for however many hours straight. One of these 2, so 3 of these 4? Is that reasonable? One of these 2, so one of these 3. Maybe I can get information on A's. The downside to having a life outside streaming is that it cuts into your available streaming time. That's absolutely true. One here. One here. This isn't a guaranteed one. This is 1, maybe 2. No information here. This is 1, maybe 2. Where does that put me? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6? That's not a lot of information. Yeah, that doesn't get me anywhere. Too bad. It was an admirable attempt. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 out of 9 now? That might get me somewhere. One of these 2. I don't have any information about this, do I? One of... Let's see. Yeah, I can't guarantee anything about these 3. Well... One or 2 of these 3, right? 1 or 2? Could be like these 2. Or the one in the center. Could it be 0? It cannot be 0. So it's 1 or 2. And then we have 1 or 2 here, but at least 1. Which, that would be 5. Here, I don't really know. Like, I have information there, but that doesn't help me here. This is still a little too vague, I think. I hate these 2 squares. Causing me problems. One of these 2, which means one of these 2, which, like, we already know one of these 2. Just the 1. Three of these 4. What does that mean for these 2? 0 or 1 of these 2? Not both of these? Is that good? Garrett knows. That happens. One of these 3? So one of these 2? But not both of these? There's something, I feel like there's something here, and I can't quite put it together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yikes. No more than 2 of these 3. Doesn't quite help. The 2 that used to be an A. What, over here? I mean, I know that I need 2 of these 3. But there's no guarantee. I guess it can't be these 2 together. Ah, yep. Can't be these 2 together. This, I should have figured this out a while ago. Sitting here forever. Looking at things. Looking at the wrong things. Yeah, can't be both of these, so this has to be a bomb. Which... now what? Now that we've done this, now what? Two of these 3. 2 of these 3. Do I have any guarantees here? That reflects up to the one above it, does it? Oh, I guess so. If this needs to have one of these, I should always keep this in mind. Just the reflection across. Yeah, you're right. One of these 2, which, yes, means this isn't a bomb. Which means this is a bomb. This transition means something. No more than one of these 3. Which means no more than one of these 2. Which means this is a bomb. I always have to think it through. I still don't have it fully internalized how that transition works. And then I have corners. This is still unmarked one way or the other. One of these two, which means not that one. One of these two, which means not that one. One of these two, which means neither of those. One, so one doesn't get me anywhere. That's pretty accurate, Hyphen. That is, in fact, very similar to the way that I live my life. One of these three. So one of these two. Three of these four. This. Does this get me anywhere? One or two of these two. One or zero of these two. Yeah. Four? Well, that's an interesting thing here. 4 out of 5, huh? Can we make that work? One or two of these. Some number of these two. One or two of these. Exactly what... Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it. I mean, exactly one of these two. But then it's 3 out of the 4 remaining. These 4. Which I don't know if that's helpful. It could be helpful under specific circumstances, such as not the circumstances I'm in. Here, one of these two and one of these two, so not this. Yep, great, love it, wonderful, superb. One more small progress made. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 18 A's left still? Good heavens. We thought that was a good idea. I don't think I get anything out of this 242. Intangible blocks blasphemy. It's true. Intangible's really good. It's really, really, really good. It's not even fair. So even further off topic from your off topic, Blasphemous 2, I think, is out. I think Blasphemous 2 is actually out. I should probably play that at some point. Really, there's a lot of things to do here. Yeah, that happened to me too, Rural. It's like, it's so disconcerting when it happens. The 242 is interesting if only 3 Bs. Is it? I'm not sure that I can actually make anything happen with that. It's 8. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 grays there. And 6 of those grays need to be bombs, I guess. But I don't have a lot of information about those bombs. About those grays. No more than one of these two, right? I got that. No more than one of these two. Exactly one of these two, rather. Exactly one of these two. So that's... Actually, let's start doing the math. We know that at most, 2 of these Bs are bombs. That's the information I have about these Bs, right? So that leaves 6 for these 8 grays. 1 here, 1 here. That leaves 4 across 5? Almost there. That's actually really close. One there. One there. Does that get me anywhere? Just thinking about this. What if it was 2 bombs up here? We don't know, I guess. There are no guarantees. And there's just a ridiculous number of A's left. You can't get any information out of that. And I don't have any information that is unique to C's. Or even shared across multiple C's. It's really limiting. 5? 2 out of 5 here? No more than 2 of these 3? And that's like the only information I have about that column? Jeez. Why would they do this to me? One of these 3, so one of these 2, which means as far as the 4 is concerned, 3 out of these 4. Does that get me anywhere? Doesn't feel like it. One of these A's. I was thinking about A's, wasn't I? One of these. We have some guarantees about these A's. We know 2 of these. But that's still like 7 out of 14? Like, that's not... Still not getting me anywhere. We have, I guess, some number of like one of these 2, one of these 2. Which now 5 out of 10. It's like exactly even the whole way across. One of these 3. So now it's 4 out of 7. That's a little bit better. I don't have information about these. I don't have any information about these. I kind of don't really have information about this. Four out of 7, not enough. What else can we look at? Any other guaranteed B bombs? No guarantees. We know this one is guaranteed, which means the most there could be in these Bs is 2. There could be less. So 6 to 8 across these grays. Like, this is what we were thinking about before, right? 6 to 8. And we know 1 there, and we know 1 there. And that's literally all the possible information we could have here. No more than one of these two, but that's overlaps with this, so only one of those pieces of information is useful. And it's 4 to 6 bombs across those 5. So not necessarily all of them, but seems likely to be all of them. Which means that at least one B bomb has to be in these sides, right? We can't have all 3 in these vertical areas. We can have at most 2 of them here. And one of them is here. At least one of them is here. The other one might also be here. Which, not helpful. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I don't think this putting all of this together makes anything actionable. Feels like it should. It's close. But I think it's not quite there. Hyphen knows what to do. Excellent. I feel like this 4 is probably my next step. There's like several different pieces of information here. I mean, we know 1, 1, 1. But that doesn't tell me anything about the 4. We know 1, therefore 1. Therefore 3 across here. We know... What do we know about these two? At least 1, maybe 2. So at most 3 across these 4, which feels not helpful. Yeah, that's not coming together either. If you have a particular piece of the map to look at, Hyphen, I am willing to take that kind of direction. These 3s. I've been looking at these 3s the entire time, and it's not doing me any good. Across the whole map, you'd say. Alright, well, that's rather a lot of map, but thank you. Four of these 6. One of these 2, so 3 of these 4. As if we didn't already know that one of these 2 was a bomb. Have you tried looking at the puzzle? Have you considered opening your eyes, streamer? Have you considered merely looking at the information available? We tried math. It didn't take. It's squares! I should have known it was going to be squares. It's always squares. There's maybe something to be said about 2 here. Right? Like 2 there and 1 there, which leaves 3 across the remaining 4. Yeah, keep that 502 handy. No guarantees about these with the 4, right? It could be the other spots. Is that true? Could it be the other spots? Let's think about that a little bit. What do we know about this? We know that 3 across these 4. Which could be one of these. We know one of these. One of these. 2 of these 5. I think that means both of these need to be bombs. Right? If there's 1 bomb here, and there's at least 1 bomb here. Oh, at least. It could be both of these. Both of these could be bombs. One or 2 of these 2 is bombs. Yeah, we need to limit things rather than guarantee things. If there was a way to ensure via math that only one of these could be a bomb, that would guarantee that both of these were bombs. Is there a way to guarantee via math that exactly one of these is a bomb? We have 1 here. Then we have exactly 1 of these 2. Does this 4 and 2 make anything happen together? Right? If 2 of these, then this 4 needs, and no more than 1 of these, so 1 of these 3? Not 1 of these 3. 1 of these 2. I can't guarantee 1 of these 3. If I could guarantee 1 of these 3, I could guarantee all 3 of these are bombs, and I'd actually be able to do something. Alas, that does not seem to be the situation I'm in. Two of these, 1 of these, which means 3 bombs across this one, this one, this one, and this one. Does that, when combined with this, give me information about bees? Three of these 4, which guarantees a bee here. At least 1. If 0 of these bees were bombs, then we have 6 fitting into 5, which doesn't work. So we know at least 1 of these bees are bombs. So this could be 0, 1, or 2. It can't be 0. So it has to be 1 or 2. 1 or 2 of these bees could be bombs. If it's 2 of these Bs, then we have 6 left. 5, 4. If it's... Does that work? Yeah. 2 of these Bs... Yes, 1 or 2 of these Bs are both valid. As far as just these 3 rows are concerned. 1 or 2. Not 0, though. And not 3, because we have at least 1 B here. So these are 1 or 2, so these Bs are 1 or 2. Only 1 or 2. We know at least one of these 2, and at least one of these 2. And that's, I think, the only guarantees we have. I think the rest of it doesn't come together. I think it's, again, like one number short from actually being usable information. My information continues to be unactionable. Like, does this 1 here get me anything? Leaves 1, 2, 8, 2, 8, 13 with 7. I think this doesn't do anything. Not without more information about what Bs could be bombs. Like, this could still be this bomb, and this bomb, and 2 bombs over here in the Bs. Which leaves 4 bombs left across 4 tiles? Wait, what? Maybe this does work. What if it's 1 bomb here? We have 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That does work. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then either of these 2. Yeah, it's still... there's still wiggle room. There is still room to wiggle. I really feel like this should be giving me something, and it's not... Doesn't seem like it's actually giving me something. Maybe there's a limit to how many bombs can be in the Bs in this area because of this? Because of this 1? No more than 1 bomb over here on the left. 1 or 0, though, right? Like, the bomb could be in one of these grays. Which means this group of 6 Bs is still 1 or 2 B bombs. could be 0 B bombs over here. Could you have the 1 B over here and then 2 Bs up here? Not quite. Not quite coming together. I keep coming back to the same areas, and it keeps not getting me any information. How do I apply this information in different ways? How do I cross-reference this information in ways that I haven't done yet? One of these two, one of these two. One of these three, one of these two, one of these two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Four of those 7. And no additional information available about any of them? One word hint about approach. Is it a word I'll understand? Because I feel like a one-word hint about approach could be a pretty broad range. Especially if it's like a name of a technique for puzzle solving that I am unfamiliar with. Think I would probably understand it. Okay. Hobbiton? I don't think Hobbiton. You're just listening, not watching. All right, well, thank you. What if Hobbiton was a name of a puzzle-solving technique, though? I bet hobbits would be really good at Tametsi. I don't know. My impression of hobbits is that they are not super good at puzzle solving. Maybe not very good at thinking critically or logically. I bet hobbits would be pretty bad at Tametsi. There's rather a lot of smoke leaf going around Hobbiton, and I think that affects your thinking faculties. Is there anything in this 5C business that I can do anything with? I feel like not. I think there's also, like, very little overlap with information with C's and everything else. Some kind of board game in the Fellowship movie? I mean, I'm willing to believe that hobbits can play Candyland, but I would be hard-pressed to believe that hobbits could play Spirit Island. There is absolutely a certain amount of complexity that I think just escapes hobbits. Which is not to say anything about their bravery or their loyalty, like the scouring of the Shire. Like, hobbits are Hufflepuffs. All hobbits, not all hobbits, but most hobbits are Hufflepuffs. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Cryptomancer. Alright, what is your one-word clue? Hyphenated. And why is it Hobbiton? Minimization? I got nothing. I was fairly certain I was not going to be able to get much off of this. And I, in fact, am not getting much off of this. It's not 111 years of playing chess, though, Rural. It's 111 years of second breakfast. This is 3 out of the A's and B's. Maybe this'll work. This is 1. This is not... This is 1. This is 1. This is 1. This is not doing anything. Does this get me anywhere? One here, one here. Oh. Okay, we have 2 of my B's in this row. Finally. Okay, no, this is good. This is good. This is 1. This is 1. Oh no, it could be the A. But at least 1 B is in this row, right? Out of these 3 B's, at least one of them has to be a bomb. I almost missed the A again. I almost completely disregarded the other thing. So this isn't quite what I was looking for. It's not perfect, but it is close. But that's better than I was at before, right? At least one of the B's is in this row. Just like at least one of the B's is here. Do I have any guarantees about where the other B is? There is one more B. Where could it be? How many grays in the 242 row? Oh, in the 242s. I mean, there's 9 here. 4 and 5. I've been over this a couple of times. Here there is 6 grays for 6 bombs. So there's not like directly an answer there. But yes, across 6 plus 8, 14, there are 13 bombs available, so one of them has to be an A. One of these 2 has to be a bomb, which we already knew. One of these 2 has to be a bomb. What do the letters mean? It's another grouping, just like a row. So out of all of the ones that are labeled B, only 3 of them can be bombs. Out of all of the ones that are labeled A, only 9 of them remaining have bombs. It is likely that this A is a bomb at this point. But unfortunately not a guarantee. Blind to play through. Might as well be. What's up, Cyber Benny? Can we get anything out of this 2? Whoa! This 2 means that one of these B's has to be a bomb. Because, like, this, and then what's left. So we have 1 bomb here, 1 bomb here, 1 bomb out of these 2, All of the other Bs are not bombs. Whew. Right? Minimum one of these. Minimum one of these. Minimum one of these. Cool. Gosh. Also screwed up the first time by not noticing the A in the middle. It's really easy to not notice, isn't it? It's a common problem. Everybody has the same problem. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for this form. Yikes. Alright, I have revealed some information, and now the question is, how will this information make my life easier? And the answer may surprise you. One here, so not that one. Two of these three, so this has to be a bomb. All right, that's absolutely progress. Where does that take me now? One here, one here, one here, one here. No more than one of these, actually, right? Because we have a bomb here, we have a bomb here. This has to be actually exactly one bomb, which means both of these are bombs. Cool, 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 cool. For each row column, minimize the number of B mines. That is an obscure way of hinting it. If you were going to do that kind of hint, the hint that I would have given in a similar situation was, you can do something with the count of Bs. Bs are a valid part of the map. What's up, Ragnar? One of these two. One of these two. One of these two. Three of these four. Where does that get me? Can we do something with A's yet? Is it time? Is it time to know about A's? 1, 1, 1. That leaves 3 out of 6. Useless. The question mark is absolutely a dick move. Intentional. 3 out of 6. Not very good. 3 out of these 4. So we have 2 here. 2 or 3. It's not helpful. Aneurysm. It turns out it was probably coffee. I might have been misinterpreting a sweeter coffee as maple syrup. Oh yeah, no more than one of these two, so this has to be a bomb down here. That's good. That is somewhat useful. So we have one of these two, one of these two. Given that one of these two, for sure, not this. So this is a bomb. Nice question mark, dick. One of these two, one of these two, one of these two, some number of these three. Not helpful. Can I do anything here yet? We still haven't found any information about C's. These C's have been sitting here on... I guess they started out at 7. But, like... very little progress towards the blues. One here, one here. Where else does that put me? There's still a lot of bombs left on this map! Like, a lot of bombs. This is still on 242? That's kind of impressive, given we're down to 6 gray bombs. One here. One here. So that's 4 gray bombs across 5 spaces. Of these yellow bees, exactly 1. So this has to be a bomb, actually. Right? Because there's 1 here and 1 here. Hey, we found the bomb. We did it. The 1 bomb. There's no more bombs. That's all of the bombs. We found them. It's not all of the bombs. There's still more bombs. How sad. Oh, there's 1 here also, right? 1, 1, 1. That leaves 2 gray bombs left for down here. Yes, there are the 2. Yes, okay. Oh, that means this A isn't a bomb. Which means this is a bomb. Okay, that's a lot closer to progress. And we know exactly one of these remaining 3 Bs is a bomb. Which means this has to be a bomb for this too, because only one of these 2 could be a bomb. Which means exactly one of these 2 has to be a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. Exactly 1 here. So exactly 1 here. Which, yes, exactly 1 here. That is the information we have. 1 here. 1 here. We don't know anything about most of this, actually. 1 here, which means 1 here. 1 of these, which leaves 1 remaining bomb in the C's? And it's this one? I don't know why I hadn't looked at that before. Cool. Call that progress. How are we doing on A's? 1 of these 2. Unclear if it is 1 or 2 bombs down here for the A's. This needs 2 or 3 of these to be bombs? If only 1 of these A's is a bomb, that's illegal. So it needs at least 2 of the A's, which means there's only 1 A left to be a bomb down here, and it has to be this one. Chipping away at it, bit by bit. Alright, so now it's exactly 2 A's left to be bombs, so it's got to be the 2 of these A's, which means this has to be a bomb, and this has to not be a bomb. Cool. 7 bombs left on this grid. 5 of which are here. Which is the 4 grays and the 2 Bs. And then we have the 2 C's. Oh, it's not even over yet. Certainly a fight, though. One of these, right? So one of these two, one of these two, 2 of these 4. Is ones everywhere. Everything is a 1. Exactly one of these 3. So one of these 2. It's all just ones. Oh, I'm being silly. One of these 2, so not this. One of these 2, so not that. One of these 2, so not that, which means that. One of these 2, so yes, that. Whew! A struggle, to be sure. Dang. Those puzzles are asking for effort these days. How dare they? I can't believe they would do this to me. Carpet remnant. 2 C's. 2 C's. Alright, once more into the breach. Boop. Same trick here. What can I do with this? Can I do anything with this? 2 of these bees? Can we start doing column tricks? Still not, probably, right? Yeah, it's still pretty far away, I think. Here. One of these 2, so not that one. Woo! Dramatic. One of these 2, so one of these 3. It's not nothing. 2 of these 3 C's. 2 of these. Any 2 of these. Yeah, I still don't have hard numbers on that. Too bad. $30 levels left, more than that. There's 39 levels left in the base levels, right? 39 here. Oh, no. Yeah. 39 here. 40, I guess, with 61. And then there's however many levels here. Like, if I want to play some Tametsi, there is a lot more Tametsi in my future. Roughly 500,000 levels, I think. Anywhere between 80 and 500 levels of Tametsi. What am I doing here? Is it time to start thinking about things? Ones and twos next to each other. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Do the thing. No more than one of these three. Which means no more than one of these two. Which means that's got to be a bomb. One of these is a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. One of these two is a bomb, so neither of these are bombs. Bomb. One of these three is a bomb. This is a bomb. Great, love it. Yeah, one of them 2-1s situations. I agree. Only one B remaining is a bomb? Amazing work. One of these two, so neither of these two. Yeah, this is something that we've already remarked on a couple of times, Ragnar. That I get into like the issue of reflection, where I'll do one side of the thing and then not do the other side of the thing in order to get like the rest of the spots that are immediately available to me. One of these two, so... that was the wrong thing. I needed to click the other mouse button. Gonna try that again. It was exactly the wrong thing. That thing that I did. Again. Same as before. And then this means, yes, the reverse of it. One of these is a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. And here... So this is a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. This has this business. One of these, so neither of these. One of these two, so neither of these. This is the problem I ran into, is I clicked the thing instead of doing the other thing that was not clicking the thing. I should have, instead of clicking the thing, unclicked the thing. And now, of course, we're in a much better situation. One? Only one in this column? And it has to be only one of these C's, so that has to be a bomb. And now one of these C's has to be a bomb, so nothing else in this column can be a bomb. As I slowly learn how to apply logic in both of the directions that logic needs to be applied. One here. One here, which means one of these four, which means none of these three. One here. No. Two out of these three, which is all that we need. I had the same thing in the hex grid puzzles where there was like one hex on one side and one hex on the other side, and I get information about the hexes in between. So that gives me information about the hexes over here, and then because of that, that reflects back. So now I have more information about the first hex, and this is the same thing. It's the exact same problem. One of these B's, one of these B's, one of these B's. that be, specifically? One, one, two, neither of these. Hey, good progress. All right, now what? 4? I like 4. We could work with this. 1, 1, 1. I cannot work with this. I mean, that means one of these two. If that means exactly one of these two, then not that. Hey. One of these two, so not that. Yep. One of these two, so not this or this. Six A's left. Wow. One and two. So that means bomb here, no bomb there. Starting to internalize how this works. 5 of them in the same row, it's true. Ah, 5 of them in this row means this has to be a bomb. 4? I'll take it. Eight bombs total left. 2 of them Ds. One of these two has to be a bomb. So exactly one of these is a bomb. So that's a bomb. Good. Good. One of these two. So 2 of these 3, which means not this. One and two. 1 and 2 means bomb and not bomb. 3 bombs left. Wow, this one kind of came together really quickly. This is a good one. One of these two. One of these 3. One of these 5. One of these 2. Hang on. We got it. One of these 2. One of these 2. One of these 3. One of these 2, so not this one. Hey! Are the final puzzles in a row the harder ones? Maybe. I'd be willing to believe that. That would make some amount of sense. I mean, looking at the puzzles that we've been through, this is not the easiest of puzzles, but like the H, was the H a bigger struggle? Which was I feel like this one was a bigger struggle for me than Windmill, although Windmill also took a fair amount of time. Wow. This is a board. This sure is a set of puzzles. So this is some information. There we go. Something I can do. here. One of these three. So no more than one of these two, which means one of these two, which means these are free. No more than one of these two, this has to be a bomb. Exactly one of these two, which means these are open. That's 4 still. Two of these three. It doesn't actually tell me anything. There's no limiting factors there. Could be both of these two. Could be this and one of these two. One of these three. One of these 4. One of these two, which means not that. Or that. I think there's more overlap in some of these places, but I kind of have to do the highlighting thing in order to figure it out, because I'm not just grokking it mentally on my own. One of here. One of these two, which means one of these two, which means not this. This is, again, the reflection thing that I'm not doing most of the time. Walking my information backwards after I lock in some piece of information. All the outside numbers are horizontal? Yes. Outside numbers could be diagonals for the hex grids, or it could be columns instead of rows, but in this case it's all rows. I think every time I come back to this game, it's long enough that I have to relearn it. So, like, I get in the right habits after, 2, 3, 4 hours of play. And then 3 weeks later, I have completely forgotten how to do that thing again. But yeah, I think that's right, Dark Twinge. It's very easy to just look at it and be like, oh, I did something. Now I don't need to look here anymore. More 2s next to 1s. No more than one of these two. So exactly one of these two. So exactly one of these two, which means not this. So 1, 1, 1, which means not this. I did it, by the way. I finally did it. I moved the other direction. Proud of me, Dad. Could have been 2 in the middle there? What do you mean? Did I make it up? Was I wrong? Did I finally do the thing and I did it wrong? There's no 1s in this row to fix that problem. There's no 1s here to fix the problem, although this does tell me something here. Wrong parity? I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but it's unfortunate. Alright, so one of these two. Which means 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 both of these. You only knew at least one of the middle ones? No, I started with a 1. I started with a 1. So that was limiting how many the two could get out of a specific area. Oh, that's true. That meant it could have been 0 out of that area and then 2 in the middle one. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm going to keep going anyway. Now walk this backwards. No, it doesn't make a difference. One, two, two, one. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. Yep. 1, 2, 2, 2. Hang on. One of these. So one of these. So one of these. So this has to be a bomb. Now 1, 2, 2, 1. Good. The helix chain of 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Which shows that I have resolved information correctly. Are we anywhere here? Is this getting us anywhere yet? This 5? Not yet. One of these days, this 5 will get me information. I don't know when, but eventually. Alright, now that I've done all these things, there has to be a next step, though. I must be able to do more here. Ah, here we go. The reflection. These two, which means not that one. One, two now. One of these, so this must be the bomb. More information available? Can I clean anything else up inside here? Yes. The fact that it worked one way means it also works the other way. One of these is a bomb, so this is not a bomb. Nice zeros. Good zeros. $11 still. Zero, nice. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with any of this. This is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to come back to this once I've got more information about how many bombs are left. Is this something yet? It's really not. Slowly becoming something. Eventually getting there. One of these two, so that's got to be a bomb. Three A's now? One of these two. Hold on. One of these two. One of these three. One of these two. Not this one. Don't get distracted. Okay, now you can get distracted. It's like finish your vegetables. One of these two, one of these two. All right, cool. That checks out. One here, so one of these three? Not super helpful. No more than one of these two, so this has to be a bomb. One of these is a bomb, so this can't be a bomb. The 1 and 2 directly across from each other. That's good. Keep doing that. Ah, one of these is a bomb, so these can't be bombs. What's up, Tiff? I do appreciate everybody coming in here to scream at me. Because I am certainly doing some screaming on my own. 2 A's, 6 B's. This is probably a thing, right? I don't know how much of a thing. At least one of these two. What else does that tell me? Not much. Well, at least one of these two. Actually, it does tell me. Right? At least one of these two. It can't be both of these, because then this is not going to work. So, exactly one of these, which means that's a bomb. Exactly one of these, which means exactly one of these. Which means nothing else in this row is a bomb. Which means that's not a bomb, and this is a bomb. One of these two. So one of these two? Does that help? Hi, Sainiku. You too. Your screams also appreciated. Thank you for screaming. Does this get me anywhere? They can't both be right side. right? These can't both be bombs, because if these are both bombs, these are both not bombs, and then this thing is unhappy. So if either of these are left side, then this needs to be a bomb. They can't both be left side for similar reasons. So this has to be a bomb. And one of these needs to be right side, the other one needs to be left side. And I don't know which is which. But that means only one of these two can be a bomb, so this needs to be a bomb, so this needs to not be a bomb. Alright, figured it out. We've gotten back to our 1-2-1 roots. Armored Core 6, dang. So now I can predict based on Bs, one of these two, one of these two, one of these two. It's a lot of things that are not otherwise applicable. I've never been a huge Armored Core fan. It's not been my kind of game. Oh no. Okay. One here, one here, one here, and that's literally all of the bombs that are left. One of these two, so not this. Nice. Ah! No grays anywhere? That seems questionable. I guess they have to use blues to go with the theme. The theme is blue. So there's no grays. Otherwise, one of A or B could have been gray. But then it wouldn't have been blue. So I guess that's okay. Put some Armored Core 2 on PS2? Okay. Okay. I played a little bit of one of the Armored Cores in the arcade. I could not for the life of me tell you which one. But that's like all of my Armored Core experience is going to like Game Center, I want to say. There was some like privately owned, you know, dude rented a warehouse and put his arcade games in there. Arcade in Menlo Park. And I played mostly fighting games and some music games and also a little bit of Armored Core. Yeah. I think it was actually a Virtual On game. Which is, I guess, Virtual On and Armored Core are two different things. One of these two? Does that get me anywhere? One of these two. So one of these two. And then this has that cross, so no, not really. Very different. Okay, well, my bad. My bad. Yeah, I have no idea which one of the two I was playing then. One of these two, which means these two? Yes. You don't think Armored Core ever went arcade? Oh, okay, yeah. So I must have been playing Virtual On. I'd believe that. Is it the same kind of like twin stick controls for Armored Core? Or like it's the same style of Gundams running around dueling each other, right? That's this. I'm not thinking of some completely different game. Flight sticks with tons of buttons. Oh. Okay, so a little different. Normal controller controls. Okay. One of these two. So one of these two. So 3 of these 4? That's not helpful. One of these two. So one of these two. So again, 3 of these 4? That's still not helpful. Armored Core more mission-based. That checks out. Okay, so to the uninitiated, maybe similar looking gameplay, but different feel and very different controls. All right. This one? 5 of these 4? Oh, what about 3 of these 3? How do you feel about that? I'm in favor. Starting to make inroads into the A's over here. We have information now. Gundam Musou. I don't think I know anything about Gundam Musou. Mobility is a big thing. Old armored cores were slower and more methodical. Ah. I do remember Mech Warrior. That is a game I played. Sounds like, okay, yeah. I mean, when you said 1 to 100, like, that sounds like a Samurai Warriors clone. I would believe that. No more than 1 of these 2. Because of this one. So, 1 or 2 of these 2? Which doesn't help, does it? It doesn't give me any additional information. No more than 1 of these 2. That leaves 4. Not quite there. One of these 2. 2 of these 4. That doesn't help. 1, 1, 2. Again, doesn't help. It's the same thing, just from the other corner. This 1, 2, 2, 4 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like maybe we could do something here. Okay, the fast-paced dashing around in mechs sounds like a good time. Mech Warrior was also a good time, but definitely left a few things to be desired. One of these. So 1 of these. So 3 up here. But that doesn't help. 1 of these. 1 of these. Oh, that's an awful color. Take it back. 1 of these. So 1 of these. The 3 doesn't make a difference. All the games also have crushing difficulty. Oh, okay. I mean, is that not what you're here for? This is like 1, 2, 2, 4, 1, 2, 2, 4, 1, 2, 2, 3. What am I doing wrong here? Where do I have additional information that's useful to do something about these corners? Three of these 4. Feels like they're all doing about the same thing. So maybe the 3 is where I start because that's different from a 4? I don't know that that actually helps. Two of these 4? 2 of these 4 is even worse than 3 of these 4. Maybe I can restrict the number of bees? Alright, maybe I'll just look at all of them and see if that works. One of these. So one of these. 2, 3. One of these. That covers literally every bee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17. Yes, there are 17 bees. I agree. This covers everything. That doesn't help. There's got to be something here. Three of these 4? 3 of these 4, but no more than 1 of these 2 across. Right? No more than 1 of these 2, but 3 of these 4. So these have to be bombs. God, fuck. Okay, and now everything else is a bomb? Oh, there's a bunch of A's in the middle. Whew. I was about to start marking all of these A's in the corners as bombs. It's like, wait a minute. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. You can't actually do that. Do I want a 2-character hint? Is the 2-character hint A's and B's? Because in that case, no. I do not want that hint. But thank you. Alright, that was some progress. Now, it is time to make more different progress. Dynasty Warriors was an amazing game to finish as a family growing up. Oh, I could totally see that. Dynasty Warriors being a game that you play with your kids, since kids just play one game forever anyway. Way for life. I don't know how much Dynasty Warriors I played either. Although I have seen many Warriors clones games. Like, I've played a little bit of Hyrule Warriors, I played a little bit of Samurai Warriors. But, like, never any of them seriously. It was like, 2 missions here, or 3 missions there. Like, okay, cool, I get it. And then moved on. Does this get me anything? I feel like this gets me something. If I can do, like, the count on bees, I can know here whether this needs to be one of the bees here. And Lubu is hard. Alright. Like here, so here. Does this tell me anything? I feel like it doesn't. But if I go from the other direction, one of these, So, one of these. So, 3 of these 4 does guarantee that one of these 2 is gonna be a bomb. So this is not a bomb. RPG elements, replaying missions for different endings. Oh, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff there. A1. Oh, yeah, sure. That was the one place where A's and B's intertwine. The one place I have slightly more information than no information. Pretty good. Now I have this 3, you see. Which could still be all 3 of these no. No more than one of these 2. So these 2 have to be bombs. Wow, how did I ignore that for as long as I ignored it? That's pretty impressive. One of these 2. So one of these 2. Which means one of these 2? That's not helpful. The only way into one of the story chains was intentionally losing parts of the biggest mission in the game. Oh god, that sounds awful. That sounds like not an experience I want in my games. That's definitely the kind of thing that I would never stumble on either. Right? That would be disappointing. Unless there was some kind of clue in the game that you needed to do that. Alright, where are we here? 1 here, which means 1 here. Start here. 1 here, which means one of these 2. Which means one of these 2? Which, yes, I agree. Exactly one of these 2 means this is a bomb. I don't know where this gets me, but it's not nothing. One, 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 one. 1, 1. It doesn't matter which direction I take it. It's 1 and then 2 more. Which is all of the B's. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, correct. There was so much dialogue going on. Characters talking about how if they got through the Hulao Gate, the course of the war would change forever. Oh. Yeah, okay. So there were hints then. That's better. That's better. I hate when it's like you just have to know what the developers were thinking. And there's nothing in the game that's like, you know, if this thing happens then, or like hinting at a mindset or something like that, or I feel like the synchronicity ending for Cyberpunk was like that. Like, you just have to know to wait at a particular point and not answer a dialogue question. It's like, come on. Why would you think this is a reasonable thing for players to just do? I mean, it honestly seems like for a game like the Warriors kinds of games, that the storyline would be fairly straightforward if you don't know any better, right? So it's not like every choice matters. Most choices probably don't matter. I almost waited long enough to get it just by virtue of being a streamer and talking. That checks out. I mean, I guess with enough indecision, then you get the option you're looking for. It is a pretty, like, relevant decision, right? So it makes some amount of sense that people would think about it for a while, but like, at the end of the day, how could I say no to Pan Am? Alright, what are we doing here? Is it this? Does this get me somewhere? None of these overlap the Bs is the problem. This does. But it's pretty binary here. It's not helpful. Main characters could die in combat and be replaced with nobodies. I mean, that sounds like a tactics game. Fire Emblem or something. This is the same 2 across thing here. The 3s. 1, 2, 1, 2? I feel like maybe this is a thing. It's already got this marked off, right? Yeah. One of these two. So one of these two, which means this is not. Ooh, that's interesting. What does that get me? Oh, so something more active than a tactics game. That's really interesting. That's very cool. How do I feel about this? No more than one of these two. What does that tell me? I mean, we already know one of these two. So exactly one of these two, which means neither of these. One, two means bomb. All right, good progress. No more than one of these three, huh? Which means bomb, bomb. One of these two, so not that one. One of these two, so not that one. Seven of the A's, two of the B's. One of these two. So one of these two. So one of these two. So this one. Six of the A's. Two here. No more than two here. Not three here. Could it be one here? One here and three here? No. Two, two. Both of these can only be one or two. So there has to be two in each. So that has to be a bomb. And this has to be a bomb. We know one of these two is a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. Cool. And that should open up the rest of this. Whew. Dynasty Warriors 3 Kingdoms fiction really leaned into how the story could change for every little thing. I mean, I feel like most 3 Kingdoms games are like that, right? Like, it feels like there was a very early 3 Kingdoms game, Dynasty of the 3 Kingdoms, Legacy of the 3 Kingdoms, something 3 Kingdoms, that feels like it was the inspiration for Fire Emblem, with all of the different characters that mattered, and, you know, it was kind of like a tacticsy game, And I feel like every Three Kingdoms game since then has been based off that idea of all of the characters are important and like the different storylines that can happen. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Wow. What a grid. What a grid. Oh, no diagonals though. So we're doing something here. Ooh, one of the other two A's is this one. So none of the other A's. Here. That's cool. That's cool. 5. Big numbers. 5 out of 8. Maybe not that big of numbers. A decently sized numbers. So one of these two and one of these two, which means good progress. Let us continue to progress together. 3 of these 4? Wow. Wow. Busy. 1 of these 2. Which means also 1 of these 2. Which means 1 of these 2. Which means 1 of these 2. Which means... I think things start to break down about that point. 1 of these 2, I guess? I don't know that that's helpful. Oh, no. There's a bunch more over here. 1 of these 6. That's a little less than helpful. It probably is Dark Twinge. That's probably the one canon storyline, and you just happen to hit that one first. I think everybody's first play should be canon, even if they get different stories. Like, all of those first plays need to be canon. Whatever story you got. That's canon, and also the other person's first play is canon. There should be a lot of canons, is what I'm saying. All of the stories should be real. Guan, you can insta-kill Lu Bu if they duel on a particular bridge. Wow. I guess it makes sense, right? If you know your history, you can get an advantage. What are we doing here? Oh, I think with this 6 we can actually figure stuff out. All right, time to actually draw things. 1 of these, which means 1 of these, which means 1 of these, which means 1 of these. Given these 1-ofs, what does that tell me about the rest of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 out of 8. That's really not a helpful set of numbers. This was less helpful than I wanted it to be. Wanted it to be more helpful. One here, maybe? Tempted to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms like 25 years ago. I've definitely never bothered. I can't even handle modern wuxia fiction. I can't imagine trying to read like wuxia history or zansha or whatever the I don't actually know what the difference between them are. I should probably know what these words mean if I'm going to be using them. Probably. One of these. So one of these? Is that helpful? One of these 6? Unclear if that's helpful. Maybe the 5 is a good place to start? Story is probably a safe word to use there, Rural. I mean, novel might also be right, but I suspect it's more than one novel. None of this is quite working out the way I want it to. Here, we have 3 out of 4. Here, we also have 3 out of 4. If I did if I did both of these, then I get one of these 2, none of these 2. And it would have to be bomb and bomb specifically, which does work. That hits the numbers. Same with Gilgamesh. I would still refer to it as a story. Where should I look, Regnar? Where should I look? Not what is the answer, notably, but where should I look? I'm willing to be a little bit more free with the spoilers in this kind of game. Top left, I mean, does this get me anywhere? Like, I was kind of looking at this, and I wasn't really able to put anything together with it. I know one of these 2. And then one of these 6. Oh, but with the ones over here, whichever one of these I don't get, the other one I do get. So the rest of the 2s can be opened. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. So we have one of these, and then one of these 2. Does that get me somewhere? One of these 2, which does still allow for both of these. Find it hard to read like 60s sci-fi. I wonder, like, if I go back to, you know, Foundation or something, will I hate it because my sensibilities as a reader have, I'm not going to say advanced, but changed with the way that modern fiction is written? It's definitely not that easy to read Heinlein. I've been through that, and like it's still compelling, but it's absolutely harder to read nowadays than it might have been for somebody used to the writing at the time. Not that I would necessarily recommend Heinlein, but it's the first name that comes to mind. Asimov and Heinlein. One of these two. So one of these two. Still stuck on this stuff. I don't think that anything I did over here is going to affect what this is. It's your favorite book. Wow, okay. Arthur C. Clarke. I think I've read one thing by Arthur C. Clarke. Like the name, obviously I would recognize the name, even if I hadn't read anything by him. But I think I did read like one thing by him. Like just the shorts, sure. It's totally fair. Honestly, like, I really appreciate short stories for science fiction, because you can do a lot with not a whole lot, right? Like, if you look at, you know, the stuff that, like, Philip K. Dick has written. Most important book, sure, that checks out. It definitely seems like the kind of book that could have a really big impact on someone. I mean, there's a fair amount of books that I think would fit into that same spot. You know, maybe if you had read Catcher in the Rye at around the same time in your life, that would be the most important book for you. But there's definitely a lot of books that can have that kind of impact on someone. Where am I going here? Should be somewhere. This one, does that get me anywhere? Does this get me anywhere? I don't think this gets me anywhere. I think this still doesn't get me anywhere. Maybe this 3 gets me somewhere. I know one of these two, so no more than one of these, right? No more than one of these. Could it be both of these? It could not, because this 3 needs at least one of them. No more than one of these, no more than one of these, this has to be a bomb. Could this be both of these, so that this 3 could have both of these? I think it could. Hang on. Hang on. Alright. We have this much for sure. So here, that I know for sure. Do I have any information about this otherwise? We're stopping it from being both of these. At least one of these, so no more than one. Here. But it could be 0 here. One, maybe 2. So this is also 1, maybe 2. This is also 1, maybe 2. As a result. What's up, Team Worm? Does this 2 work? If this is 0, then this has to be 2, which doesn't work. So this can't be 0. And this can't be 2. So this has to be 1. So this has to be 1. And this has to be 1. And this has to be 1. Which means all the rest of these 2s are blank. The rest of the rows in this row. This is blank. This is blank. All of these intersections are blank. In fact, it's... Given the way this thing is shaping up, it's... Okay, nope. Not every intersection is blank. I can't just start clicking willy-nilly. But... Alright, so we have 1 there, and 1 there. Here I don't know. No, here can't be 2, so this has to be 1. Which means both of these have to be bombs. What else does this tell me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 out of those 6. Made a little bit of progress, but not enough progress. 1 here, so 3 out of these 4. We have a 2 here, we have a 2 here. Do I need anything here for that 2? No more than 1 here. It could be 1 and then 1 on this side. So it wouldn't need anything down here. Which means there would be room for 2 here. Can I do anything with the intersections like this too? Does that tell me anything? I feel like it doesn't really. Still have 2 bombs on this side? So at least one of them is here. Maybe both. So we know exactly 1, 1 or 2. So this also has to be 1 or 2. What does that tell me of everything else? What else can I do with this? How do I feel about this? If this is 1, this has to be a bomb, which means this would have to be 1, which is illegal. So this has to be 2. Which means this is not a bomb. And this one, we still need a bomb here. So this is open. Cool. Wow, that got me a lot done. That completely cleared out this half. Excellent, excellent work. Well done, chain of logic. You've done good work here. This one... Right. The logic continues. Only one of these 2 can be the bomb. So this one has to not be a bomb. Oh, really? Well, that's good to know. So we're still on one of these 2. One of these 2. One of these 2. Yeah, that checks out. One of these 3, interestingly enough. But that doesn't mean anything for this particularly, right? Like, it could still be 2 here and a bomb there. In fact, that's almost seeming likely. So you have 1 or 2 bombs available across these 4? No more than 1 bomb here? But it could still be 1, 1, and 1. So 0 here. And then bomb, bomb, bomb. That seems legal. There are currently a lot of ways for this to play out. Well, I guess one of 2 ways for this to play out, given how many of these things are like 1 of, and then 1 of, and then 1 of. Man, the 1s and 2s in the corners are just eventually going to do some work, but frustrating until I get there. All right, what about top? What are we doing up here? This is 1, maybe 2. This is 1, maybe 2. If this is 2, then there's 0 up here, 1 here. So it has to be bomb, bomb. So this is 0 or 1, these 2. This likewise, 0 or 1. And I don't know about corners yet. Corners are hard. This could still be 2, honestly. Oh, it's hard. You know, I'm actually out of water, so I think this is going to be... We have time for another puzzle after this? Might have time for another puzzle after this. I think I am picking Dihydrate, Rural. I think I am just going to die. Oh, and I have a 10 here. Maybe this matters. 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there is some overlap. I guess every corner is an overlap. There is 1 overlap. There's exactly 1 corner of the 3 available corners that's a bomb. Diagonals are not adjacent on this one. That is correct. Exactly 1 of these corners. Do I have information about which one? You don't know if you can get your mind super brain to do that. This is why I rely on the adjacency feature in the game. If you hold control down while mousing over something, it'll show you all of the things that are adjacent, so you can retrain yourself. I definitely just do this every time. Like I'm not looking here to determine whether diagonals are adjacent or not. Just every single puzzle, I am having the game tell me what is adjacent, what is not adjacent. could this be 2? If it was 2 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, empty, 1, 2, 1, empty. That checks out. That does in fact work. Because then you'd have this dot. Empties. 2 here. I think that would work. What if you had... turning your focus 45 degrees to make it into diamonds? Are diamonds easier than squares? Is there a guarantee here? Is this enough guaranteed that I can afford to just click this? Do I know that this one is not a bomb? One of my 3 intersections left are a bomb, but only one of them. And I'm not sure that I have enough information to determine which one. Like, if this were a bomb, no bombs on these 3. So one of these would be a bomb, and one of these would be a bomb. 1, 2, 3. This could be 4, 5. And then 1 and 1. That doesn't work, does it? That does work. No, if this is 4, 5, this would have to be 1, 1, and one of the intersections, which doesn't work. We have 4, 5. This is 1, 2. And then this doesn't get the thing. Okay, so that doesn't actually work. Oh, I'm sure there's a way to do it much simpler than I'm actually doing it. But I'm having a hard time putting it together. Like, I've had this problem on puzzles before, where I miss the part of the thing that's logic, and instead just get into trial and error, and then work my way backwards once I have a correct solution from trial and error. I'm like, oh, this is how I should have been able to determine that this thing was true. Maybe using the intersections I can get some information off of the 5? I feel like that's even less information. That's like one of these and one of these, which is far less than the 1, 2, 3 guaranteed. And then there's room for 2 more, which is like, who knows what. Maybe I can look at the diagonals here instead of the crosses, and that would make more sense. Like, if I know I need one of these, and I know I need one of these, and I know I need one of these. Yeah. Excuse me? That's not adjacent! That's not adjacent. That is not adjacent to the 3. I can't know that that's not a bomb. I'm trying again. All right, how did I do this? Where was my next step? One of these two, and one of these two. So none of these? What? One of these two, one of these two. Yes. Okay, great. Oh, that's not necessarily true. There we go. You know, it's so much easier now that I know the tricks. Now that I know all of the tricks I needed in order to get to where I needed to get to. Assuming I can remember the tricks. I might not be able to remember the tricks. I remember some of the tricks. That's helpful, right? A little bit. It's a little bit helpful. It's not, maybe not the most helpful. It would be nice if it were more helpful. Like if I remembered more of the tricks. I know we're doing something over here. How did this work? One of these two, so one of these two. Trying to figure out. I can't do these two. So exactly one of these. Wait, can I do these two? If these two, then neither of these. So both of these. Which, fine? Why did I know that didn't work? Anyway, we can do that. I know that. I know that. So now there's two left here. Can they be both of these? They still can. Why not? No more than one here. That was part of the trick. At least one here. So no more than one here. Which meant this was a bomb. So yeah, exactly one there and exactly one there, which means exactly one there, which means both of these are bombs. If exactly one there, then exactly one there, which means this is a bomb. There's another trick here. I know there's another trick here. One of these two, which means one of these two, which means, oh, these are open. That's part of it. That might help. No more than one of these two. What does this get me? 3, 4, 5, 6. So out of those 6, 4. Out of these two, 1. So between that... Having to retrace my logic and not remembering what my logic was. Difficult. I guess this means I can open up the rest of the rest on this row, though. Right? That was good. So one here, which means 3 across these 4. Two here, which could be both of these. 2 here. Could it be both of these? I think we determined it's one of these 3 and one of these 3. And I didn't actually get the rest of the logic here. I don't remember what I did. I just remember that it worked when I did it. Which, it's not exactly great. So this and this means 3 out of these remaining 4. Either seem on the surface like they could be 2. What did I do here before? What did I do here last time? Oh no. I'm not smart enough to remember how I solved this. Either of these could be 2. I guess if it means this can't be a bomb though. Because if this was a bomb, then we'd have 1 here and 1 here, which doesn't work. So this has to not be a bomb. Okay. That kind of helps. That helps a little. Oh, this has 1 more bomb in it. Okay. And if this is a bomb, then this is not a bomb. There we go. Okay, so one of these two, at least one of these 2. So not these 2, but this is not sure. There we go. So that is a step in the right direction. So 2 of these 3, 4, 2 of these 4, which means 1 of these 2 and 1 of these 2. And then we know this is a bomb because I clicked it by accident, but let's actually determine logically whether or not it's a bomb. One of these 2 is a bomb, which means this is not a bomb. That's good. That's progress. That's real. No more than 1 of these, so it must be both of these up top. All right, that's cool. That's very helpful. Five more bombs. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a bomb. Three bombs. 1, 2, 3. None here. So this is a bomb. One of these two and one of these two. Oh, this is a bomb. Right, got it. Great. Love it. Whew. A little bit of a struggle. A little bit of some mistakes near the end, but came together pretty quickly. Once, you know, I stopped making mistakes. It's always the problem, isn't it? Alright, I think we are going to call it here, rather than move on to another puzzle. But just for the sake of argument. Really? Ah, diagonals. Okay. Well, that is a hell of a puzzle. Racetrack. Hilbert curve, apparently. Lattice. And daisy chain. Blue chips D20. I once again reminded that I should just not look at these puzzles. My mind is not ready. All right, well, that's going to be it for me. I'm going to go do something that's not this. But thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you had a good time. Should absolutely look at those puzzles. Sure. I mean, that is the goal, right? I'm here to entertain. This looks like we did 9 puzzles today instead of 10 puzzles, but still pretty good progress. Slowing down a little bit, as can be expected as the puzzles get harder, but you know, whatever.